I know, the little clip. It's just to hide the back of this wig. I'm not gonna fuck with it too much. Hi, Talos. This look is everything. Thank you, Miley. But let's get into it. Am I gonna lose my straw if I drop this in here? I am. So what are we gonna do now? Did I like bend it? It's not gonna work. I'm making a Nemesis recipe, or making. It's my Nemesis at-home coffee that is so good that everybody wishes they had. Well, damn. It's a caramel cinnamon coffee. Oh, and I went to Spirit Halloween today. So there's that. I was so happy to go. Where is my screen? Oh, let's not do this side. Excuse me. I got cute Halloween nails too! How dare you copy me? Oh, I can't see this game for shit right now. It's so dark. Why is it so dark? Huh. Oh, our goal was to catch a leafy Pokemon. So that's what we did last time. So if you weren't here last stream, the VOD is uploaded to YouTube. It is a 6-hour VOD, which is kind of lengthy, but you can skim through it. But we were looking for... We're on the second island and we're looking to get a grass type. How's your mom? Like my mom? Or are we memeing? Oh, the Pokemon. I forgot our Pokemon's name is your mom. That is embarrassing. I was about to be like, yeah, my mom's lovely today. Your mom is level 20. Your mom's actually pretty high level. But we wanted to update the game so we could use Wonder Trade, but we can't. Because I'm afraid, like, it's going to ruin my DS for streaming. And that would be not good. Not great. Is that a Slowpoke? Why are there Slowpokes everywhere, but I can't catch one? Does anyone want to answer me that? That's fucked. Also, FYI, I know we're not streaming the Splatoon Splatfest. I'm sorry, it just does not fall into the schedule. I really thought I could do it. I don't want to stream tomorrow either. I want to take it easy until Halloween because October is going to be a fucking crazy month. So many game releases, so many events, so much to do for October. So I'll let Splatoon pass it up. I'm good. I try to be. I mean, TwitchCon is literally right around the corner. And is my social battery ready for that? Probably not, because I feel like I just got back from Seattle. And considering in Seattle, it was the craziest time of my life. Not really, I'm excited, but a little nervous. Okay, was that necessary? Owned. No, we can. I didn't even know, like, so many people just didn't know what happened in Seattle, like, because we talk about it here on the channel so much. But, like, my sister and Marisol didn't even know what happened. I was like, let me tell you what happened. I have to just drop my straw in there. I just went to the biggest drag show on Thursday and wanted to go home because my social battery ran out. No, literally, like, I'm worried at TwitchCon my social battery is gonna run out. I mean, my social battery was out yesterday. I mean, I'm gonna be there for 4 days, and I'm staying, like, I'm grateful to stay with somebody else, but I'm also like, I hate when I'm like, I just need my social battery to recharge, and I feel bad for the person that I'm with. I'm like, I just want to be quiet and in my corner for a second. But I also feel like I should just feel comfortable being like, let me go in my corner, it's okay. Like, that's valid if you just want to, like, relax. That movie with Harry Styles in it looks really good. Speaking of meefs a lot. Like, it looks like really good. Like, really good. I almost saw it today. I almost went to go see it, but I was like, nah, I'm cool. I don't want to spend money. I spent a lot of money at Spirit Halloween. IDGAF. I heard it looks awful. I watched the trailer. It looks really good. Sorry, I'm like licking my lips so much, but there's like schmuckies. Get out of here. Yeah, I've seen. I don't know what the drama is. Like, there's so much drama happening, but I'm just so off the grid, which I love. I love being off the grid. So, like, the Twitch drama, and then the this movie drama, and then, like, the TikTok drama, and it's like, oh my god, like, I don't even know what's happening. Thank God, though. Like, I don't want to know. I just want to, like, not know what's happening. What did you get at Spirit besides nails? I mean, I could show. Should we do a Spirit Halloween haul? Ugh. Oh, there's some stuff. Oh! Is my hair still okay? It just knocked over. Okay, there's a lot of stuff that I bought, and I'm not sorry about it because I love Halloween, and Halloween is my favorite holiday. I'm moving everything over here so I can show you guys. Hold on. Okay. I have everything. The piston on my chair is breaking because my fat ass. And my fucking underwear is up my cooch right now. I'm probably gonna fix that halfway into the stream. The piston, yeah, the piss. Okay, Spirit Halloween Haul. Since y'all have been asking, and by y'all I mean Bunny Boy and nobody else really gave a shit, but I'm gonna show you anyway. Do you guys want to see what I got at Spirit Halloween? This is where you guys cheer. Do I have a cheer? I have a laugh track, that's good enough. Okay, let's start with what's in the bag. I honestly have no idea what's in this bag. I forgot what I bought. I got socks, because all my socks have not made it through summer. So I wanted to get Spirit Halloween socks. So I got a pentagram sock, and then this one are orange, and they have cat on it. So happy about that. So I finally have some nice Halloween socks. I wanted to get like cozy Halloween socks and like a blanket and a light. Like I wanted to get lights that I could hang up. So with that, I got shot glasses. And I hate this movie, Nightmare Before Christmas, but my sister wanted to buy them, so I bought them for her. Because she just saw this movie with her partner. And her partner is non-binary, so, you know, queerness is very slay in my family. And their partner is a film major, I found out today, and they watch a bunch of movies together, and they just watched this one. So, listen, I'm a great brother. Just saying. I can say I'm a brother because that's my family. You can't call me a man. Don't ever think about it. I got these lights. I got candy corn lights. Slay. I got these steampunk goggles. I always feel like I want to do like a cosplay. Like Miyu Harame from Danganronpa has these goggles. And then a lot of other characters have like just randomly steampunk goggles. So I thought I would just get them because I might need them. So that's the reason for that. I don't have anything planned for them. What's happening? I thought I got more nails than this. Is there another pair in here? I'm like reaching into my... Hi, MSK and Brian. I got red press-on nails that like are black and red and they bleed. And they have some rhinestones on them. And then I got some Halloween orange, yellow, and black nails. I got hairspray with glitter in it because I've seen people on TikTok use this as like body glitter. So I wanted to try it for a look. So really wanted to try that. I guess that's it. I got these. I know they're like, they suck and they run out, but I wanted one. They were like $3. Like, who cares if they die? I got this Beetlejuice cup because Beetlejuice was one of the first horror movies I saw, and the stop motion film in that movie is one of my favorites of all time. So I got this. I won't reveal more about this, but I think you can guess what kind of look I'm doing this year. Anyways, I got another cup. I don't know what about aging. I'm like, I love getting reusable cups. I got this one, Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th has a little like jock thing. Very cute. Has the straw. Very cute. So 2 coffee cups. Then I got this gorgeous wine glass. Look at how pretty this wine glass is. It has like stuff on it. Very pretty. Very excited to use this wine glass. And then I got this for a discount because it was on sale. It says 100% pure dead inside. I think it's a candle holder. Like you put the candle right here, but it's broken. So I'm going to use it as a prop for a photo shoot. because it's like a nice little like bottle, so I can use it as a prop. So I literally got it on sale because it's literally fucking broken. It's like a cute, like, kind of want to do like a poisoned victim kind of look. Like, if you've seen Top Model Cycle 8, they do the models die photo shoot, and Renee, one of the most popular top models of all time, because she went to prison after her season, she did a photo shoot of her being poisoned, and I want to recreate it so bad because she looked stunning. Very deep pull, deep reference. Probably no one will get it, but if you know, you know. So not bad. Oh, and the finale piece that was the most expensive thing I bought was a Halloween blankie, because I really wanted to get a Halloween blankie because I wanted Halloween socks and a blankie and something nice and cozy for the Halloween Scream season. So thank you. I feel stunning. Okay, back to Pokemon. That is what I got at Spirit today. All for a pretty good price. I'm not going to disclose that price to you because I don't like sharing information about money. I just like asking for money. But yeah. We need a leaf Pokemon. But thank you, D. I really want to post something of my Halloween looks from last year. Because I know there's content of them here on Twitch, like little clips and GIFs. So thank you for your help when we get around to that. I'll try to compile something to help you structure it in the morning. So I'm going to take tomorrow off and probably Monday off as well. I should probably do pictures in this, honestly, because I look very pretty. Honestly, like, we can't do this with the Pokemon we have. Like, actually. Like, everything is weak to water. Like, we literally can't be here. Like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna die. Hi, Curtis. I'm happy to see you. I miss you so much. Oh! Hello, Psyduck. Hello, King. Thank you, Curtis. I did a thinner brow. I did some black in the waterline to make my eyes look a little slimmer. I did a more full lash, and I did a different setting powder. So lots of different stuff on my face today. Hello? Like, this Pokemon is not... No, Miss Gangstress! Run! Okay, perfect. We need to switch. Okay, not what I wanted. Girl, please. Do I have anything to heal this Pokemon of Peril? Perfect. Thank God. Okay, let's like run around this little thing and see if we can get any... I don't think there's any... I think this is all water Pokemon. Like, oh, could we get a Slowpoke here? Oh, Poliwag! Cute! It evolves into Poliwhirl. Oh, excuse me. Try bite. Oh, I didn't click that. That's not what I clicked. Okay, well, it still does damage, so slay. I miss you too. Honestly, I think you've been exuding confidence lately, and it's really shining through in all your looks lately. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm more so... more so just trying new shapes and really trying to have fun with makeup, because usually when I do makeup, I throw the face on, get on camera, and then that's it. But makeup's supposed to be fun. Like, I literally went to school for makeup. I kind of miss, like, experimenting. So, sometimes the look doesn't work. Like, last stream, I didn't like the red hair, but that's okay. Totally fine. I just like trying new shit, and when new shit looks good, oh, it looks good. My favorite Pokemon is Slowpoke. We have some emotes in the chat for Slowpoke. I love Slowpoke. Sorry, y'all. I'm sitting on my fucking balls. Very uncomfortable. This would be my, like, ghost type, like, goth moment look for, like, a trainer. Maybe I'd have, like, ooh, I would have my black cape that I wore to PAX, and, like, it would be so fierce, and I would have my ghost Pokemon. Thank you, Hypnosis. I appreciate it. Those emotes are so cute and fun. Whose are they? Okay, I'm gonna try to get some of this coffee because I really need some coffee in my system. It's been a long day. Girl, also, parents that take their kids to Spirit Halloween and then their kids start crying, leave the store! Like, why are you still inside? Take them outside. They don't want to be there. They're scared. Is it that, like, hard to understand? Like, literally, when I was at Spirit Halloween, I was just, like, enjoying my time, and I could tell my sister was fucking annoyed because my sister is, like, just a bro. Like, my sister is just a bro. Like, I know she was getting annoyed and wanted to, like, smoke. So when this kid was crying, I was like, shut up so I can just look at the shit on the walls. Like, please. Like, what? Like, whatever. Spirit Halloween always has that smell that makes me nostalgic. I just, like, love going out. I love spending money. I know that's bad, but, like, especially, like, during the holiday season, I love spending money on me. I love spending money on my sister. I love spending money on my mom. Like, I love spending money on people. But I only spend money on people I know I can trust. Like, it might seem like I don't spend money on other people in my life, but I don't spend money on people I know are gonna stab me in the back. So it's very hard for me to, like, give someone something because I hate giving someone something that I know down the line. Yeah. Just got back from a movie named after you. It was so good. Pearl? Because I'm so expensive, like a pearl. I'm like a diamond in the raft. In the raft. I hate that, like, I wish I had a controller because I don't like holding the whole ass DS. Oh, cute. Oh, I think Gothic is going to be at TwitchCon. I hope I can meet them. What is Spirit Halloween? Is it a store in the US? Oh, you don't know. I didn't know you're from the UK or, like, somewhere else. Maybe Australia? I don't know where you're from. Yeah, it's just a Halloween store. They usually only open up around the holiday season, like around, I want to say, well, I asked them at the counter and they said they've been open since August. And then they close around the end of December. Which is weird for Spirit Halloween. They usually don't do that, but some Massachusetts is just stupid. Nothing makes sense here, so I just hit my reflex. Oh! I jumped. Okay, I need to heal my Pokemon. I do like spicy food. I don't really have a lot of opportunities to try it though, because I don't like to pay for food that... Okay, I'm sorry if it sounds cheap. Like, I don't like spending money on food I know I might not like. Like, if I'm gonna go out to eat, I've said this before in so many streams, if I'm gonna go out to eat and I'm gonna get something I know. If someone else pays for it or buys it for me, I will try it. But I'm not gonna go out of my way that I don't know if I'm gonna like it. So yeah, I don't have a lot of opportunities to try new foods. But when I do, like I went out to eat in Seattle, I tried like a whole dinner platter with the Army Boys and it was lovely. No, please do. So true. I mean, also, did you know... Did you see this TikTok? There was a TikTok that was like... There was this one man, like, this man was just so wise, and, like, I need a man like this, but, like, this man was talking about how he doesn't mind spending money on his girl because he knows how much it takes to upkeep being, like, a gorgeous, stunning woman. Like, he was like, yeah, I don't mind because she has to go do her nails, she has to get her hair done, she has to... buy these outfits to look pretty and like all of this stuff. Like, I don't mind like paying for like dinner, for the Ubers and like the drinks and stuff. I was like, fucking pure. Because like, not to be rude, but men literally just sit there in their like their button ups and their cargo pants and they're good. They don't even put any makeup on their face. They don't get all dolled up. Like, maybe a little sometimes when it comes to like queer men, but like if you're just like a dude, like you don't really do a lot of maintenance for the most part. Maybe that's me being ignorant, but I see the gentlemen lacking, so they can definitely outweigh when it comes to buying dinner and stuff. But that just spoke to me. That's just me. Para me, for me, spooky me. I mean, I know for me, I'm expensive, so... Like, when I was in Seattle, I didn't pay for a fucking thing. And that's how it should be. Somehow, please. Why is my camera, like, it doesn't have a lot of, like, range in it. Like, it doesn't have a lot of motion. I feel like it's so much cropped now. Like, I don't remember it being that cropped. Is my hair just, like, really tall? Am I tall? I mean, I am, but that's besides the point. I'm trying to get comfortable in my chair, but with this, like, this cincher on and my boobs. Sorry, I always complain about something, huh? It's always something with that nemesis. We're not progressing in this. There's no way we can get any further than this. I need a grass type. Give me a grass type. Can we not even use fly to like get to areas again? Like, hello? Oh, it's bad for us right now. Also, I do plan on streaming on Tuesday. Yes. So I am going to take the next 2 days off. Maybe. I might stream Monday. Oh, wait. Does it come out on Tuesday? House, are you still here? Is the update... The update's going to be for Genshin. It's going to be out really late on Tuesday night, right? Because it's on Tuesdays. Tuesday. Not Psyduck called for help, please. Be calm. Oh, Jesus. I did Necro. Do you know when the update hits? Like, did they post the scheduled maintenance times yet? Oh my god, my fucking balls. Hi, Lib. Ow. Hi, Cammy. 1 second, guys. Oh my god, please. This needs to not be happening right now. Monty Jr. fucking dies. I need a pair of scissors. Like, bad. I'm gonna be right back, like, really, really fast. I'm so sorry. Don't go anywhere. I am here. I'm just putting my shirt on. I am so much more comfortable now, so thank God. We won. Comfortability. I mean, it's important. I mean, that cincher I was wearing is like so old it doesn't fit me anymore, so it's probably not healthy that I'm wearing it. I still am wearing part of it. I just cut it in half. So it's a body cincher instead of a gaff. If that's TMI, whatever. I don't really give a shit. can't zip this up. Who gonna zip me? Got it. Okay, let's go, gamers. We won. We're back in action. 11 a.m. Do you mean 11 p.m.? What? Oh, it starts at 11 a.m. Oh my god, I'm so much more comfortable. We won. Okay. Where to? Oh, hi, Lucy. I didn't even see you. I'm so sorry. Hope you have a good night. It was such a good episode. Very good. Very good showing for everybody. I didn't watch the whole episode. I just watched like a little like thing on TikTok. But for the most part, slay. Six. Like, I don't get. I just don't understand. Sometimes, you know, you just don't get someone's drag, and that's okay. It's literally fine. It's okay. Drag is art, and art is subjective. Can I please? Have we run into any, like, leaf type Pokemon? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Oh, perfect. Hello, Fermentus. Okay, don't kill this thing. You don't have to kill it. You're fine. What the? I literally did the weakest attack I had. Well, it's over. Girl, please, Lillipup, get a job. I also forgot I haven't eaten today, so let's fix that. Yeah, very cute, but like not if you keep showing up in my game. Oh. Mm-mm. Ooh, that's embarrassing for you. I want soft pretzels. Like, I want Auntie Anne's. I want Wetzel pretzels or whatever. No, literally so sad. He's just like me, though. Did you almost go to that mall, Lib? That one? Love you, Luck. Are you excited for Scarlet and Violet? Of course I am. Very excited. My wallet isn't excited, but I'm excited. No, I love the pretzel bites the most. Those are good. Okay, don't kill it. Wait, no, she has no moves to do damage. Hi, Diamond Dave. Happy to see you. I was like, who's S Pain? Why did it die? The way we almost accidentally ran into each other. There's food in my mouth, Mifa. Please. Hi, Mifa. I almost saw the Harry Styles movie today. I was like seconds away from going. It actually looks really good. But thought of you. The trailer looks insane. I'm uninvolved in the drama. I don't know what about it is dramatic, but it's whatever. Okay, pretzels have been devoured. I think. Ooh. I just couldn't see myself going to a movie today. Oh god, I have to sneeze. Bless me. Thanks, guys. I love Dakota. I want to be them. They make me so happy. Hi, Lala. Hi, JP. DJ Game, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Yes, we fucking finally got this fucking Pokemon I need. We won. We did it. He's a little guy. Love your YouTube videos. Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching my content while I'm offline. I really appreciate it. I'm hoping to get more YouTube exclusive content out next year. That's my goal. My goal is more YouTube content, go pescatarian, and something else is in there. Oh, I want to be a fog whisperer on Dead by Daylight, just because I think it would be so fucking camp. Is that a new form of Christian? Yeah. Because me, of all people, yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm gonna start streaming it more. Mia, it's for a bit. Like, I think it would be the funniest fucking bit if I started streaming Dead by Daylight and, like, actually got Fog Whisperer. Like, it'd be so fucking funny. I don't know what to name it. No. It doesn't give you advantages, I don't think. Yes, I can say that word. Excuse you. Exactly. The giant O's. Okay, perfect. Now, why is it... Okay. Boobs in my mouth. Boobs away, put them in my mouth. It takes so much out of my power not to just tweet about boobs in my mouth. Like, all the time. Like, I just want boobs in my mouth. Well. My intrusive thoughts are winning. Very interesting, Nemesis. True. Do it on, please. I was talking to someone the other day and I was like, wow, it's really nice that you're attracted to, like, femme presenting people. And then he goes, I'm usually not. I said, what? You don't say that to me. What kind of... Like, what? I just thought it was interesting. No, it's just like one of those people that, like, you just talk to now and again. A lot of people just like drop into my life and then they disappear for like months on end. It's something. It's definitely something. I'm too nice of a person to be like, yeah, fuck off. As much as it seems like I am that person to do that, I don't think I could. Do I have any rare candies? Wait. I didn't know you had to put these on the Pokemon. Wait, I didn't even know we had an Eevee. What's happening? Yeah, I was talking to my sister about it today in the car, actually. I was talking to her about how it's hard for someone like me when it comes to dating to be like, yeah, so I'm trans, non-binary, gender fluid, not sure what I am actually. My pronouns change almost every month. I'm not really sure what I am, so I hope you're attracted to that. On top of that, I don't have a stable job. I stream nonstop. I usually fly out of the state twice a month to go to events. Very busy. I also sit at home. I live at home. I take care of my mother and my stepfather. I have 5 siblings in this house, so if you come over, you know, that should be fun for you to deal with. And I also do drag on top of that. And so yeah, so do you want to date me? Imagine explaining that to somebody. That sounds crazy. For me, it's like, okay, I sound insane. I definitely think it would take a lot of I think it takes a lot of, I don't know what the word would be, like confidence, like trust, like out of the other person to like really be like committed to something like that. But like a lot of, I don't know what the word was, confidence, like depth to them, like for understanding, someone very mature in understanding that. Well, yeah, I mean, like T for T or someone that's like involved in the scene, it's completely different than dating somebody that's like uninvolved and not aware of things. But I also think there's room for people to learn and grow. I don't know. Yep, just broke up. Like, I also, my sister was explaining to me, I thought it was very interesting not to air her dirty laundry, but my sister was telling me, first of all, my sister's a water sign. So my entire family bloodline was water signs. My father was a Scorpio. My sister's a Cancer. My mom and I are Pisces. I think that's very interesting. Us redacteds, and by redacted, I mean my last name, are emotional, very emotional, and, you know, very involved and in tune with our emotions. Whether that's for worse or for better, not really sure. But she was telling me today that, not to air her dirty laundry or anything, but she was telling me that she has been in relationships ever since she has been in high school. Like, whether it was like maybe the longest she's gone without a relationship is a month. And she is 19 now. Can't say the same for me. I just think it's funny that we're both like queer, but she is on another end of the spectrum and I am on the other side of it. Like, I am the queer that is very alone and does not want to jump into something if I'm not ready. But my sister is like, oh, I can't function without having something like that stability in my life. Both are very valid forms of relationships and stuff, but in terms, I just liked seeing the other side of it, but also I liked seeing that I wasn't alone in my family tree of not being in a relationship, or maybe in sort of a way of always being committed to the idea. Like, my family, we don't mess around. Like, we're not dating for fun. My sister said that and it really stuck out to me. I don't know if she knew how mature and how knowledgeable it was. I thought it was very good piece of information I've learned from my little sister, which I never thought I would learn, because sometimes she's a car crash. Love her to death, but sometimes she's not the best. But I don't date to mess around. I don't date to be silly or anything. It's not something I think some people can mess around with, which my ex-boyfriend can, clearly, because he just broke up with his partner for the 3rd time and loves to run to my DMs like a pathetic piece of shit. But anyways, that's besides the point. I haven't been able to love the same. And if I do find that love, it will come. But I like to take my time with it. I don't do it to mess around, like I just said. I just thought it was very interesting. A lot of people play. It's a lot of playing nowadays, I think. A lot of people mess around. Not really into it. That's why I keep to myself and I'm kind of alone. But whatever. Go, giant boobs. True. I don't have that energy for kind of life. I don't know if I do either. I don't know if I have the mental stability for that kind of life really either. Like bouncing around, or maybe not committing and not knowing someone's committed that much to you. I don't like change, so I just like to feel like people are going to be there without leaving. Which sometimes they should, but people come and go. Yikes, we're fucked. This fight's gonna be tough. I should have farmed more. Hello? It's the 3 FPS for me, like... Oh, they avoided my attack. You're sick. But yeah, Key, I don't know if... It's been, I think, almost 3 years since I broke up with my ex-boyfriend and I haven't been able to date, so take your time with it. TLDR. See, I understand, like, some people just want to have fun, and that's completely valid. But I think when somebody says something like, God, it keeps replaying in my head, so I'm gonna say it, and you know, I apologize if the person's watching, but when somebody says, oh, sex is different to everybody, it's kind of like kind of invalidating to people that really am not really into that culture, and it's kind of like hard to hear for both sides. I don't know, it's kind of a weird thing to say. I mean, I know it's true, but it's kind of degrading to hear that if you're into the opposite side of the coin. I think sex is like an added bonus. It's like a little woo, like if you're dating somebody and you both have a high sex drive, like it's great, it's fun, it's something to do, it's something awesome to have privately. But I think it gets kind of oversaturated sometimes. Like, oh, like I remember when I was dating this guy from New York, which was like 5 years ago now, and we actually talked about him today. Me and my sister had a very strange relationship with this guy, because like she really liked him, but I broke up with him, and they were still talking. It was so weird. It was a weird time in my life. But he was like so involved with like wanting sex and like drugs and like sex, and like every time we did anything, it was just sex. Like, no, like I want to watch movies, I want to talk about stuff. Like, it doesn't have, it's like, stop, you know, like, Jesus Christ. I know he's gonna slaughter me with a water type move, but it's fine. This is the only thing I can do for damage. Oh. Also, I don't know if it happens to any of y'all, but I feel pressure from other people to have relationships and sex. Like, they're always asking and stuff. Like, leave me alone, I don't need anything. I mean, yeah, I see that. What the fuck? Oh my god, I forgot this guy heals like a motherfucker. I think I'm like in the middle ground. Like, I can't really say anything because I definitely am looking for something, but like I'm not gonna steer it away from my goals. So like somebody would have to be really invested in me to be like, okay, yeah, totally. Because like I have a lot of shit that's going on and I'm willing to hear people out, but yeah, I've also been in like relationships too that like men are only in it for themselves, and it is the worst experience of my fucking life. Like, I couldn't imagine, like, let's just speak. Okay, we're not winning this fight. Can I leave? I could not imagine doing my thing and, let's say, finishing, and my partner didn't, or I didn't help them get there. That is sick. Like, what? You're crazy. But that's just the mentality of a man sometimes. Very weird. Can I leave? Like, I just want to give up. Like, we can't win this fight. Are we done? Let's be done. Me. I mean, listen, if I love someone a lot, maybe. But you know. Also, I've run into instances that some people will hold that over you and like hold like I tweeted this the other day, like people exposing your not safe for work preferences and stuff like that. That is like disgusting. Like, how dare you share my information without my permission? Like, that's sick. Like, you have to be fucked up if you're that type of person. Like, that is nasty. Yeah, that's really gross. It just shows how disgusting that person is if they were to like air that for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm almost positive my dirty laundry's gotten aired to some IRLs. Do I want that to be shared with people? Absolutely not. But do I have a choice? Unfortunately not as well, so. And by I think, I know. Like, I know. I've seen it firsthand. Because, you know, when people make, like, jokes and you can read into it a little bit, and you know, like, it's one of those passive-aggressive jokes that has, like, validity to it, because they're that type of person. Oh, yeah. Trust me. I'm a lot smarter than I look. I know. I'm not dumb. Can I leave? Can I, like, actually run? Okay. Well, can we die? I want my Halloween stuff to come in. I want to start doing the Halloween looks. I know, chat got quiet. Sorry, I was talking about, like, super intense stuff, but... Halloween! Did you see the banner I posted? Did you like the banner I posted on my Instagram? I think it looks really nice. Thank you. Also, I know you don't open Discord, Mia, but if you open Discord, the Discord is Halloween themed. Looks really fun. Yeah, I think I'll do something similar for Christmas time, but I think I'll keep it Halloween until... I was like, did my game just crash? Like, what just happened? I think I'll leave it for the duration of the streams and then switch it to Christmas, but we'll see what happens. I don't have Christmas merch. I think the last one I had was... It's actually on Drag Queen merch. You guys remember that website back in the day? Run by Bible Girl, I think. I have some merch on there that's not... I can't get taken down. They also made a rule after I signed up for that. Like, you have to sign a contract. After I signed the contract, they made it so people under the age of 18 can't join their website. They made a rule because of me. Well, I was in a competition that I made merch for. But I wish to not be associated with that anymore. And I think I was... I'd say 18, I think. 5 years ago. Sounds about right. Maybe like 17 going on 18. Not sure. Not sure. I mean, I'm sure if you watch the video, I say my age, but I don't know. Let's not watch the video. It's bad. I also like don't like seeing myself like that on the internet, like posing masculine. It makes me sick. So like I would actually pay to get that removed, but I can't. I hope one day it just gets shut down. That's horrible, but like I don't like seeing me like saying I'm a man. It actually makes me sick to my stomach. So, yeah. Making memories even worse. I think that thing I was on is definitely a like microcosm if I were to ever get on a show. That's how my track record would be. I think I was like high, safe, high, never won a challenge, got eliminated. I think that's what it would be. You know what it is. The way I got so robbed on that show though. Oh no, I'm getting mad. Not really, because like back it was Booger. But like for the time, they were pretty good. Why am I just getting smacked like this, please? My giant boobs. Stop! Oh, embarrassing for you. Dun, 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 dun. I really want a Poliwhirl. Yay! Could you imagine? Okay, so I went to Spirit Halloween today and I asked the people at the counter, do you guys have a prop apple? Do you guys have an apple here? Kind of hilarious. I'm sorry, Miss Gagstress. I'm so sorry. You're just doing nothing for the party right now. I literally was yelling at my entire family today. I was like, where? I need to go. Like, I want to go to Spirit Halloween now. So I made it everybody's issue. And you know what? It was successful because I went to one. We should go to one. Oh, yeah, we should. I really want to go to, everybody's telling me that the San Diego Zoo is good. I really want to go. I also need to book a hotel because, you know, I kind of don't have a place to stay on the first day that I fly in. So maybe I should do that. Huh. Literally. I'm just like thinking like things are just gonna work out when it's literally next week. Like I haven't booked a hotel. Like, am I okay? It is raining on my giant boobs. Let the rain fall down. Yeah, I don't... Oh! That's what I wanted to do today. I fucking forgot. I wanted to go to the mall with my sister. But we didn't go to the mall. We went to Spirit Halloween. So I wanted to see if I could just, like, find something cute to wear. I mean, I could probably wear something I haven't been photographed in a while, but I don't know. I don't know. It has to be something I can, like... It has to last all day. So my looks for packs were pretty good. To, like, last all day. You know what I mean? Has to go to another club, another club, another club. Bus. Plane. I definitely want to bar hop one of the days, like, so bad. I want to have a crazy night. I want to mingle. I like to mingle. Why can't I get away? Answer me that. Girl, I'm done. You guys are annoying me. I'm just trying to level up my person. Oh, would you look at that? Nope, I'm running. Okay. No, but you should be in San Diego. And we told you, you should. And you didn't listen. Just like we tell you that you should play Wizard 101, but you just don't. It's very interesting. No! That sounds terrible. My mom actually got something kind of similar. She had like a cold a couple days ago. Oh, baby, you stick around to the live streams. You will not hear the end of it with Wizard 101, with this one over here. Well, then just wear your mask. You'll be fine. And wash your hands. I usually, when I go to conventions, I have Purell, I have masks and everything in my purse. Like, I bring everything because I will not be getting sick. That is not on the menu. Probably. I don't think they're gonna be they're strict with them like they are at PAX. Like at PAX, they have enforcers at the event that like slap you on the wrist and make you put your mask on. I don't think that's gonna be at TwitchCon. Like I think because they were already not expecting to have people wear masks. I don't think that'll be there. I'll be shocked if they do. I will be wearing one, but I'm just saying, like, in reference. I should probably order one. One that matches my outfits. Not me looking at flights. They're probably mad expensive because everybody's fucking flying. I like that everybody's like, oh my god, can't wait to meet my favorite streamer. And it's just gonna be like me and Mia and Safety. That's like it. I don't even know if Safety's gonna be there. I don't think I'm meeting anyone from the network. Hey guys! It's around Safety's birthday, so Safety's said they might go, but because they're gonna be in the area. I'm also supposed to go on like a date with Daniel, not Fisher, Daniel Cito. Like we're supposed to go get drinks, but those are like the only people from like Twitch and like stuff that I might see. Well, and then Marisol and Minx. I'm excited to hang out with Marisol and Minx. I also told them you're going, Mia, and I said Mia loves you. They're excited to meet you. The flights are a tad pricey. Well, like, so the problem is that I don't know what's at the con. Like, you would, like, at PAX, like, I know because I've been there, but, like, what are you supposed to expect at TwitchCon? Wow. Like, there's gonna be no gay shit. It's just gonna be, like, a sweaty convention. Like, love Twitch, but it's literally, it's gonna be, like, some vendors, something over there, some panels, no queer panels. There's probably, like, one or two, and then the drag show, which I'm excited for. But, like, in the grander scheme of things, not a lot of queer stuff. Well, yeah, I know Jenny's show, and Jenny's gonna be like booked the entire weekend because Jenny is like the all-star of the weekend. And then I know, I think Rainbow Arcade's doing something queer, and then I know there's a drag panel as well as the drag showcase, to my knowledge. But, like, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Walk around to get drunk, probably. I hope they have a vodka ready to be served. Conventions are just so much more fun when you're drunk. Just alleviates the stress. No, I won't get too wasted like I did last time. It was definitely bad for me when I was literally that wasted. I did like going out of drag and just drinking all day, though. That was kind of fun. And, like, nobody noticed me. Like, Smirky and I were having drinks the day before. And then I came out the next day right after. And Smirky didn't even recognize me. Because he was like, oh, I thought I recognized your voice. And I was like, yeah, it's me out of drag. What's up? Nobody knows what I look like out of drag. I can post so many... Huh? Nemrock? Huh? What were we talking about? I lost my train of thought. Well, thank you for the follow. Slay question mark? Yeah, I can post as many selfies as I want on Twitter, but like nobody knows what I look like, I guess, out of drag. We'll see what happens. I wish Curtis was going to TwitchCon. Tiny Top Guardian. Because Curtis was lovely when we went, when we were in Texas. Literally. Well, my goal is I want to take as many gigs as I can because I really want to go to PAX Australia next year. Like, so bad. Like, so bad. I just want to see the world, you know? Like, I just want to, like, adventure. I love you. You know what I love? Money. I like gifts. But I appreciate you. Thank you. I mean, I guess this is good, like, farming these Surskits for EXP? I'm not really sure what they're doing, but it's okay, I guess. He just had water sports. Oh, wow. Good night, Oscar. Thank you so much. Can't wait to see the picture when you're done with it. Very excited. So true. Anon gifted a sub. Thank you for gifting one to Hangry. Thank you so much. Love Hangry so much. Everybody go follow Hangry's channel, even though Hangry's not here. Okay, I just fucking die. Let's not do that. I got a sugar daddy. I remember when I had one in New York. It was definitely a time. What the shout out not working? Hello? Why didn't it work? Very interesting. That's very weird. It's probably back end on Twitch. Some days it sometimes doesn't work. Yeah, don't post you want a sugar daddy on Twitter because they'll get all the bots. It's not a good time. But I lived in the financial district when I lived in New York, so it was kind of easy to get a sugar daddy, but like it didn't last very long. But I did get some cute outfits out of it. Do I have any of them nowadays? No. Am I ever gonna get out of this? You want a sugar daddy? Yeah. My DMs are open, sir. Are we gonna get out of this battle? Thank you. My fucking god. I'm in peril. Like, I'm gonna die. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what that API error was about. It's very weird. I hope it's not my bot. If I have to redo my bot, not again. We don't even have some sound commands. Like, it's over. At least we have that one. Which one was that one? Mia, are you gonna watch UK4? No, you have to. Pretty trans girl. I love the way Dakota does her nose contour. Dakota Schiffer. Yeah, obsessed with her. When I say obsessed, like I'm obsessed. Like her natural like honey color hair, and then like she always wears it in drag. Like, oh my god. And her aesthetic is just like supermodel, but like I don't know, it's just so good. I love the way she does her nose. I love the way she does her nose contour. I wish I had a pretty nose, but I have an ugly fucking nose. So, thank you, Hangry. Happy to see you. And congrats on a sub. Enjoy your sub. Thanks, Nintendo Math. I love that little emoji. Very cute. Trans rights. Oh, I deleted my tweet. I don't know if you saw it because you have post notifications on, but last night I was rewatching Resurrection. So, like, whoever edited Resurrection's, like, runways, like, wow. Like, the soundtrack and the way they do, like, the font over the names. And then it carries over to season 4. It's so orgasmic. Like, it's so beautifully edited together. It's just so cinematic and it's so inspiring. I really cannot put my finger on it. It's just so beautiful to me. Also, Priscilla Chambers is... I love them, like, a lot. Her and Louisiana, like, their drag fam. I don't know if they're, like, still a fam anymore. I can't. Like, I love Louisiana. I wish Louisiana was on Titans. There's no way she wasn't asked. I think about it so much. I do too. I rewatched it literally because I was like thinking about that. And then also Frankie Doom's La Llorona look, really good. Saint's Ghost look, one of the best looks of all time. I'll be dramatic and say, like, the impact that had on like drag was crazy. That look was amazing. Hi, Marshy. My stomach's already like needs food. No, Resurrection was crazy good. Then there's Loris. Sorry. Sorry. The ghost look was so... I'm sorry. Edit this out. All three looks were... I'm sorry. Is Wordle still a thing? Did anyone do the Wordle today? Dolly, I agree. I objectively, I really, honestly, kind of counted them out in Resurrection because I was so obsessed with Saint. But if you really look back, Dolly's vampire look is really good. And I understand what the Boulets were saying, like, it's kind of like, in a way, crap, like, some of it looked very not put together. It kind of looked like, I don't know. But it was gone. What did I just say? It was good. Vicky's vampire is one of my favorites of the show. If I had the budget to do that, I would do a vampire look like that, but I don't. Oh, I wish I had like wigs like that. Like I love like the Victorian age. I wish I had a wig like that, but there's no way. There's like no way I could get anything like that anytime soon. Maybe Asuka do something, but like I doubt it. Vicky is gonna dog walk everybody. Like I am scared for the other people. Like I'm very much aware of who's on the show, and they're great and I love all of them. But like the talent, they all have amazing talent. But like something about Victoria Elizabeth Black, like I have no words. They make everything themselves. They can do like no wrong. Like they can do everything. Like they actually can do everything. They make wigs, they make prosthetics, they make sets, they do editing, they do like they literally do everything. Like it's actually crazy. That top 3 from season 2 was really good. Top 4 was really good. Wait, who was 4th? Oh, wait, yeah. Who was 5th? Oh, Disasterina. Disasterina's not on Titans. I'm shocked. I will say I rewatched it to Resurrection. I did not. I don't know where Vicky was really going with the zombie ghost look. I mean, I guess like she was going for more like I'm dead and I get possessed. It was a little weird, but not bad. It was still really well executed. Yeah. The lack of season 1 contestants on Titans is a little strange to me. We're technically not supposed to know the cast, but I know it, so. Oh, Morlo. Did they say when they're announcing the cast, or no? Do we just not know? Who's that? Is he from the pirate show? Does that mean there's a pirate runway? They really haven't done like a pirate thing. There's 2 different shows. You know, but they haven't said. What do you mean? Like, you know when they're releasing the cast? Or you know the cast? Told you what, though? Okay, literally, that's what I was asking. I asked you the question and then you said the same confusing question to me. Get owned. You know what you should watch, Mia? You should watch Teen Titans. I think you would like... I don't even know why I'm trying. I don't have any potions? What? What happened to the potions? Hi, Jack. Happy to see you. What's going on? I love that I've been playing this for like 2 hours. And there's no progression. So, hey guys. Yeah, we have giant boobs, so that's all that matters. I miss the Teen Titans too, Key. Like, literally, I could talk about Teen Titans for hours. Like, I could actually talk about it for hours. Like, I was trying to explain it to Marshall because Marshall hasn't seen Teen Titans because Marshall hasn't seen any form of media because he lives down under and they just, I guess, don't have TV or good taste. Sorry. I'm so funny. Wow, ... I kind of gagged him a bit. Anyways. So there's a lot of things about Teen Titans. Like, Teen Titans is a kid's show, right? But if you think about it, it's really not. Like, there's so much depth to it. I'm rewatching season 1. I'm rewatching the whole series because I can't watch new TV shows because I have severe anxiety, so I cannot do that. Anyways, I'm rewatching season 1. The second episode is they introduce Blackfire, and Blackfire tries to sleep with Robin, essentially, and kill and arrest Starfire and send Starfire to jail. And then they progress the story of Robin and Starfire, and they hold hands and they like hug, and it's so romantic and cute. Crazy. Like, it's such a crazy second episode. The third episode, it's a Cyborg episode. I think the third episode is when Cyborg and Robin fight and they want to already quit the Teen Titans, and it's the third episode. The joke episode between Beast Boy and Cyborg going into Raven's mind and seeing all of her personalities is insane. It's such a good episode, but so crazy. Also, did you know, here's a little Teen Titans fact for you, even though we're playing Pokemon. When the theme song hits in Teen Titans, this is a little Easter egg for those that are Teen Titans fans. When the theme song hits in Teen Titans, if the song plays in English, it's a story-based episode. It's a serious episode. But if the story is a joke episode and it's not meant to be taken seriously, the theme song will play in a different language. Just saying. I'm almost positive they probably would have, Key, if they continued the show. Like, there's an episode, the last episode I just watched was Raven and Starfire, and they had to save Robin, Beast Boy, and Cyborg. And I think it's one of the best episodes they've made. Because, like, girl power, girl boss. And for anybody that didn't know this, because I say it all the time, did you also know in Teen Titans, first of all, the show got canceled. Like, they never finished it. But every season is it revolves around a certain Titan, and Beast Boy is the only one that didn't get a season finale. No, Starfire. No, Beast Boy. It's Starfire or Beast Boy. Very weird that they decided to do that route. Because season 1 is Robin. Season 2 is Terra. Season 3 is Cyborg. Season 4 is Raven with the Trigon arc. I think 5 is Beast Boy. And they never did a Starfire. No, but at the end of the series, at the end of a season, they do a 2-part episode and it revolves around a certain Titan. And the only reason they never finished it is because Terra got introduced and she's the season 2 finale. I never have finished season 5, so I don't know who got the season 5 finale. I think it's Beast Boy. I think it's Beast Boy. Because I don't think Starfire got an arc. Because Starfire has, like, arcs through the show that are pretty much like a finale. Like, she has the one with Blackfire multiple times. And they're really good. I need to order a Blackfire bodysuit. I need to order it. Somebody donate the money now. It's 60 bucks. I'll suck your dick. I just want to be Blackfire for Halloween. Knowing Australia's censor board, they probably ban. Please. Also, the episode where I watched this one, this is in season 1 too. Cyborg, he loses his battery, so he's like, he can't move because he's a cyborg. He falls into a pit and this, like, it's scary. Like, I would be scared to see this as a kid. He falls into a pit and someone starts operating on his body and starts, like, turning him into even more of a cyborg and taking out his memories and body parts. Like, imagine seeing that as a child. Like, scary. Also, another Teen Titans fact. Did you know the show got canceled because the Trigon arc? The Trigon arc in season 4 was too scary for children, so the show got bad reviews, and that's why it got canceled. To me, para me, the Trigon arc is a defining moment, and it's one of the best season finales in cartoon history. Like, it is so well written and so well animated. It's so fucking good. But for children's TV, it was too much and got the show canceled. Considering literally they go to hell and fight a giant demon god, and Raven gets the shit kicked out of her and she almost dies. So yeah, I can see why it got canceled. I need to do a Terra look, I need to do a Blackfire look, and I need to do a Jinx look. Those are my 3. I need to finish the collection of Teen Titans looks. So it is Beast Boy. Starfire didn't get the season finale ever. That sucks. That's annoying for my girl. When Starfire got called a slur, and it was like literally it was literally a beautiful episode. It was amazing. Like, the way they writ it still holds up to this day. It's so well written. Like, Starfire and Cyborg just, it like brings me to tears every time I think about it. No, it's so good. Like, if you rewatch Teen Titans, it's supposed to be a kid's show. It's seriously like, it could rival like Young Justice nowadays. Like, it's so well written and like so sad and has so many levels to it. Because it was like an early 2000s like kids show. So back in the day, they really like coded it to have like deeper meanings. Kids shows nowadays are like, haha, funny fart, which like sometimes they're funny, but you know. No, I haven't, but I saw that clip going around about how they animated this brand new scene that's like amazingly animated. To me, it literally just looks like an episode of Young Justice. Not really revolutionary, but it's fine, I guess. Oh, really? I haven't seen the Tokyo movie like literally in a decade, so I do not remember. Oh, so you think you have a better opinion of me, Marshall, because you're a man? Okay. You think you're correct? You just don't like to see women be right. Okay, I see. He's mansplaining children's TV to me right now. Exactly. Get him. Get him. Devoured you. Cleared. That picture? Okay, but you can't even, like... I feel like some people have to do some studying on their children's TV shows from the early 2000s. Like, if you haven't seen Winx Club, Sonic X, Teen Titans, Powerpuff Girls, Kirby Right Back at Ya. Okay, but who the fuck watches Avatar? What a boring show. That was satire, please. Listen! Blame Slay Mama 123. See, you guys started fighting. Finish it. Finish it. Blame Slay Mama. He started watching it with everyone else, but they didn't want to wait for me. They watched it without me. I remember that. I'll never forget it. Code Lyoko's good. No, you didn't. No, you, Emma, and Dottie watched it all together. I remember you guys watching it together. Don't even. Yes, you did. I'm literally not insane. Oh, so you think trans people are insane? You're just saying that trans people are always wrong. Okay, got you. Exposed on the live. You're done for. I can't, Maddie. I don't have any space in my party right now, and he's not gonna help in this, like, area. I need the EXP. 1 carrot. I'm literally not crazy. You guys rewatched it together. Like, I'm seriously not insane. Yeah, because it looked like you Fuck. I had a really funny joke, but I couldn't deliver it. Don't. I don't even want to look at chat right now. I'm looking away. You guys don't exist to me right now. Can I get a shiny by accident? I think that would be so funny. Can this ugly fucker leave me alone? Also, it doesn't help that, like, literally right after we do this, we have to fight Mallow and her giant fucking Fermantis that does healing and Z-power moves and destroys your entire team. Huh. How fun this game playthrough is gonna be. 1 carrot, taking up time. Also, this weekend, boring. I don't know why every single video game is deciding to reset their battle passes this weekend. I don't know who decided that, but maybe fix that. Genshin, Dead by Daylight, Apex, like literally everything is resetting this weekend. What am I gonna do? Screw you, Mike Boogie. I hope you lose. Not the COD. What the? Ermagerd. Any Ermagerd stands awake in the chat? Rise up! I need to add a cricket, like, MP3. Don't act like you aren't a COD gamer already, Marshall. We all know you're gonna download Rainbow Six Siege and get the Becky Lynch skin when it comes out. Lynx. Isn't Lynx like an animal? Not Armageddons. I mean, I have it, but it's through Ubisoft, so like you have to install that fucking launcher and I think if I'm gonna play an FPS, it's gonna be Apex or Rainbow Six because Rainbow Six has a lot of skins and I want a Goldeen. Rainbow Six has Lara Croft skins. They have Resident Evil skins. They have really good stuff. Marshall, do you open your eyes? Stand up. That's tea, Maddie. I love Apex, but I literally have nobody to play with. It's so fucking annoying. Like, I could literally play it all day if I had somebody to play with, but like, I'll play like 3 games and somebody's like done, or nobody wants to play it, or no one wants to get online, or like, I could literally like play it for like 7 hours. I'm serious. Also, Magikarp is just a Pokemon version of Cheep Cheep. True. Where is Magikarp? We haven't run into one yet while we've been farming in this like little section. Exactly. That's why I don't grind the battle passes anymore. Bunny boy. Maybe we can play sometime, Bunny boy. Because I only log in to see if Watson gets a skin in the store and then I buy it and log out. Like, I haven't played in months, but every time Watson has a skin, I put money on that game and buy it. I don't think I would stream it. I don't like... I like some games to be, like, off-stream only. I think it's important to have a work-life balance, and some games need to be played off-stream. Apex being one of them. No, I don't play for like, I don't play for wins. I play for like whatever. I kind of just like turn my brain off and just grind. Apex in a way is kind of more like advanced version of Fortnite. I know that sounds silly, but like if you want to play a battle royale with your friends, you're not going to play Apex, you're going to play Fortnite. And that's just tea. But like in Apex, there's like so much more to like understand. It kind of sucks because I wish I could just like play with people and have them jump into it, but it's a lot of information at once. When I lob a Bengal off the map. Her new heirloom is so cool. Everybody keeps talking about it, but like $160, I'll pass. But like it's definitely a serve. No, I think it's definitely worth. Like in the long run, it's definitely worth. Like if there was a Watson skin that was $100, I would probably get it. Because what is it? It's not Origin, it's EA. EA sucks with microtransactions and they're really bad at cosmetics. So like if there's something good, in my mind, because EA sucks with cosmetics, if there's something in the Apex store that you even for a little sliver that you want, get it. Because EA is not bringing it back. They suck at bringing new stuff and they're bad at like microtransactions. So just buy it. Just fucking buy it. Like full send. I will never forgive myself for not buying some of these skins in Apex. Like when I was casually playing a year ago, if I saw it nowadays, I don't care how fucking broke I am, I'm buying it. Cause they suck. They literally suck at like releasing content and like bringing back content and all that shit. There's a Watson skin I really fucking want, but it was from a battle pass like 2 years ago. So it fucking makes me so upset. Very hungry. Like my stomach. Ugh. I can't believe my sister and I went out and didn't get food. That's not what usually happens. I mean, literally that's what they want you to do. EA sucks with microtransactions. Like they do it on purpose. Their shop resets weekly and monthly. It's terrible. I don't know who decided that, but go to hell. Oh, my ears. I go deaf? True. What? Girl, please. Yeah, I agree. I love that new character they released with the sniper. I don't know her name. She's Serby. I'm also, I hate to say it, but I'm definitely keeping my eyes peeled for Overwatch 2, but like, I don't know if I would install it and play it. I like watching it from afar. I'm watching, I'm observing, I don't need to get into it. I just want to make sure my girls are okay. I want to make sure Widow, Mercy, Symmetra are taken care of. I want to make sure they're good over there. Oh, I love that event. If you guys see me playing that, you don't see anything. Oh, I would love to stream that though. And like play with the community. Oh, that'd be cute. I'm excited to see what they do with it. Yeah, me too. Wait, do you have to pay another 40 if you already have Overwatch? Or do you just, like... I don't understand that, like, part of it. Like, what do you mean? I'm not sure. You're asking the wrong gal. I really have no idea. Sorry, there's no food in my system, so definitely a little tie-tie. I'm just gonna eat these pretzels. They're my last bag of pretzels, and I just really want pretzels right now. Hello, please. I look so, like, I look so cunt right now. I look so good. Like, hello? I have so many scenes. Like, which one do I go back to? Blizzard is also owned by Microsoft. Might be on Game Pass soon, if not at the start. Oh. Is that? I don't know. I know. Oh my god, I have to pee. I'm gonna have to take this whole bodysuit off if I go pee. See, you know how we were talking about boyfriends earlier, how we want a relationship? I want a relationship so I can go in the other room and have my boyfriend fucking help me take my drag off and put it back on. Fuck. That's all I need. Literally considering it. I'm gonna just pee right here. I'm kidding. The way I have so many snacks next to my desk, I'm just looking at all the shit I have. Like, Jesus. I have 3 bags of chips, ramen, goldfish, Cheez-Its, Oreos, coffee cakes. I'm stacked. I want Halloween candy. Can I just like run into a battle? Ooh, chat. Candy corn fans or candy corn aunties? I'll answer last. It's either a hate or a love. There's never an in-between. Can I move with this? I can't. Fuck. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Lots of candy corn aunties in this chat. Holy shit. I actually really like candy corn. Never had it. What? I'll bring you some. I'll bring you some on our date. Because we're going on a date now. Oh my god, everybody doesn't like it. Why? Wait, I'm just curious. Like, do you... Like, what about it don't you like? I'm just curious. Yeah, they make the candy corn in Massachusetts. They make the candy corn different here. They raise it. They give it a nice smooch. How am I getting to the UK? Plain, bitch. Duh. I'd rather have plain corn. I don't think they're in the same ballpark. What? Why is it called candy corn? Is there a reason? What's that about? What is really going on? Can you? I don't like normal corn on the cob, but like if you put it on a grill and if you put some seasoning on it and you grill and fry that fucker, ooh, I'm gonna eat that. But otherwise, no. Like corn, like loose corn, what the fuck are you doing? Like just eating the little loose corns? Girl, please, what the fuck are you doing? Act your age. Like, that's for fucking babies. No. No. Corn can stay away. That thing gets in your fucking teeth and gets ugh. I knew a girl that would just eat bowls of loose corn all the time. And did she get hit by a bus? 'Cause, I was driving it in Minecraft. Loose corn. Just loose corn. What? Anyways, I like these cups I got today. These are nice cups. I want to get more. I want to get more Halloween cups. Have you guys ever seen that movie? Yep, that movie. You heard that one? I do too. That movie, I've never seen it, but I'm gonna watch it, I think tonight, just because I bought a blanket of it and I have never seen the movie. I'm gonna kind of get dragged here, I think. Because, you know, I kind of went to makeup school and special effects school and I've never seen this movie, and I think it's kind of important in the horror community. The Trick or Treat movie with the little guy. The trick-or-treater guy, the over the mask, and he's wearing an orange jumper. Kind of looks like a voodoo doll. I've never seen that movie. Is that what it's called, Trick or Treat? It's literally just called Trick or Treat. I've never seen it. Not Leprechaun. I've seen that. Oh, maybe I've seen that because people used to call me the Leprechaun because literally I have red hair. Trauma. Trauma. We've done nothing this stream. Like, actually nothing. Is it now? I'm not sure, Cammy. See, I've never seen it, so I don't really know. Oh, I've seen Terrifier. I didn't know there was a Terrifier 2. It just came out. Have y'all seen it? Is it good? No spoilers, but is it good? Terrifier 1 was actually really good in my opinion. But I was looking at movies to see and it was in theaters. I was like, oh, what? Yeah, we should just go, Lib. Like, literally just fuck it. We should just go. I, like, literally just don't like going by myself. So, like, I think that's where we need to move. Wants to see that bro movie? What bro movie? I don't. Oh, the gay one with what's his name? Yeah, the little orange guy. Yeah, I got a blanket with him on it today. Because I like him from afar, but I've never seen his movie. But, like, I want to know what's the tea. Yeah, Marshall, you're also across the world and a 26-hour flight away from me. So, can't say that I'm excited to go to the movies with you yet. 26-hour flight, yeah. Yeah, the Minion movie. The Minion movie, Rise of Gru, is in theaters. I want them to start doing, like, red carpets, like, at every movie theater. Like, I want to roll up to the movie theater and take a picture with the Rise of Gru. They do it at some places. They, like, hold up, they put, like, the sign with the movie flyer, and then they have, like, a little setup that you take a picture with. They do it at some. I want to do it. I want to show up in full beat. I want to show up in a gown to the movie theater. I'm dead ass. I'm such a good sibling. I just bought my sister these. Like, I am such a good sibling. I'm taking the Oogie Boogie shot glass, though. I like the Zero one, though. I like the Sally one, though. I don't like this fucker. Jack Skellington, fuck you. What a dumb character. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a extended BRB because I have to take my whole bodysuit off to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna just leave this screen up. Ugh, I should do BRB just in case we do get raided. We haven't gotten raided in a couple days, but I don't want that to happen. So I'll be right back. I just have to I literally have to take this whole thing off. Like, it's a full thing. So I'll I'll be back. I was like, why does my hair look so familiar today? You know what my hair is giving? My hair is giving Isabelle from Animal Crossing. Hi, Safety. No, like literally my hair is just Isabelle from Animal Crossing. Oh my god, this fucking corner. The worst thing about having an L desk is that. Because that's where it goes L, is that way. Exactly. See, I'm always right. Very cold. I love it though. Good drag weather. So I can wear my nice stuff. Yes, I'm aware there is a wishy-washy that is going to destroy me. Isabelle cosplay. Could happen. Could happen. I really want to do more Pokemon cosplays and more Teen Titans cosplays. I think those are my next outfits I want to get. I mean, I could, but TwitchCon is coming. I honestly shouldn't have spent as much money as I did at Spirit Halloween today, but it's whatever. Yes, do damage. No, you're not allowed to have ally Pokemon. Ow, Mayfinky. Giant boobs will destroy all. Stop. It owned. Oh shit. I didn't say anything. I hate the healing shit. Like, please, have class. I clap, 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 clap. Stop! Like, why does that do so much damage? Like, that shouldn't do that much. I don't care if you're the totem Pokemon, bitch. Fuck you. I went there. Clap, 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 clap. I hate it here. It's not very effective. Bitch, it did my entire health bar. I mean, there's no point. Like, I'm just gonna die. Well... Oh, because it's in... Okay. So I'm just gonna die. It's okay. Whatever. Oh, so I don't even get to do a move before I die? Oh, I do. Okay, perfect. Gotta do some damage to it. And it's gonna heal its health back, but it's fine. It's literally fine! I'm choking on a dick. Kidding. It's a joke. Calm down. I have water. Bonsley will die. So will Monty Jr. Ermagerd. Go redhead again. I mean, I'm naturally red hair. I have red hair, so I could, in theory. But I didn't like how I looked with red hair, honestly. Oh, that did okay damage. Please don't. Oh, you are such an asshole. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it was just like the style. I don't know. If I had long, red, flowy hair, I don't like if my natural hair grew out faster. What am I supposed to do? This game's gay. Your mom. We are literally gonna be here forever. This isn't even the worst one. Well, it's gonna be easy against Fermantis when we get to Mallow because we have Monty Jr. But like right now, we are. Fuck. Truth serum, so true. The other day when I accidentally got drunk on stream, just like for no reason, that was camp. What is this? Oh, it's a rhinestone. Oh, look, a rhinestone. Can you please? That's health. Oh my fucking head. This little bitch. Do I have revives? I might. I don't actually. Wait, I do. Okay, we have a lot actually. Okay, we might be able to do this if I just kill this bitch on the left. Does this do damage? Oh, it does it to both. Oh, that was actually did a pretty good amount of damage. Just stay alive for a second, girl. Reviving giant boobs. It's okay. You did your job. Like, it's okay. It's literally fine. Can we put it into like a sleep? Ooh, Poliwhirl, please. I will literally love you so much. Please land, please. Come on. Come on, baby. Malibu, baby. Ermagerd. Did somebody say boom? No, I said your mom. I'm gonna try to ride this out and get your mom, like actually your mom, to revive. Hold on. Oh, and then when he wakes up, I can just put him back to sleep if he survives the hit. Wait, we're in a good spot, actually. Please don't kill me. Oh, you're dumb. You just used growl. You're dumb. Please put him to sleep. Oh, we're devouring. Oh, we're about to eat. Do I have any moves that could do damage to him with this? Not really. I'm gonna switch back. We need giant boobs to do some work. Who likes giant boobs? I keep hitting my reflex. Did somebody say boom? Fuck him up! Fuck yeah! Keep killing him! Just go to town. No, no waking up. No waking up. None of that. Come on. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, here we fucking go. Wait, is this good? Kill it! Did I do it? I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. Wait, my mind, that comeback from the end? Like, I thought we were dead in the fucking water. We fucking slayed that. Okay, eat. Okay, eat. Devoured. Gobbled. I gagged him a bit. That wishy-washy gagged him. We don't have a water type Pokemon. Like, what are we gonna do with this? Oh, we could give it to your mom. No, literally, I kind of ate that. Like, everyone should be scared of me. And then our next one, we just have to go against Mallows, which usually Mallows trial is hard because Fermentus like does a fuck ton of damage, but we're gonna be fine because we have Litten. So if you choose any other Pokemon, it's hard because like grass type, it just goes even, and then if you choose water, you're fucked. Acerola in this game carries. IDGAF. Like, she is the girl boss. I don't like this you're up so late business. Stop dragging me. I don't like it. Yeah, and so what if I'm up until 6 a.m. every day and I'm drinking a coffee at what it looks like to be 12 o'clock at night? And fucking what? Fuck you, Nurse Joy. Wait, I kind of want to do like a Nurse Joy look. That'd be kind of slay. Well, we did it. I'm proud of us. I'm gonna get rid of this. Everyone say goodbye to Big Boobs. I'm sorry. I'll miss you, Boobs. You will be missed. I think we're also... no, we'll keep Eevee in the party to get the EXP share. And the Leaf Stun's in the next area, so we'll be good. So we're gonna evolve it to Leafeon, because I really want Leafeon. So where's the next objective? I wasn't even listening to what Lana said. Sorry. Nurses help people. So can I not get a slowpoke? Like, there's been a slowpoke on every route. Like, where is my bro? Like, where is he at? Where is my guy? Fuck this game. Just give me my boy. Why do I have to go here? The fuck? Sorry, my nose is really itchy. I used a new setting powder today, and I think it's doing some wonders. I did a lot of new stuff with my makeup today. Because why not? What was that? What the? Hello? Did I not fight him when I came here the first time? A little weird. Thank you, Marshy. I was telling Curtis, because Curtis came in, I didn't do a lot on the bottom. I usually do a really smoked out bottom smoky eye. But I did a little black in the waterline, and then I did white in the inner corner. I connect the inner corner to the bottom liner. I didn't even do liner on the bottom. I just did my mascara. I did a thinner brow. I did a new powder. And I did a different lip liner thing. So just a bunch of shit I tried today. Because why not? Literally, why the fuck not? Ooh, literally devoured. You guys remember that game? Devour. Dead by Daylight. Wannabe. Just kidding. Oh my god, why did I say that? Oh my god, they sponsored us. Okay, anyways. It was just a joke. April Fools. What is your occupation, Miss Amanda? Huh. Not her busting out the little tiny dog, too. What the fuck is wrong with you, Amanda? Amanda, please. That show was good back in the day. Ooh. Do I have any water type moves on this guy? I do. I always thought it was bizarre that one skit they were doing with the guy with the missing toe. I was like, girl, stop talking about feet. Like, what? Was that a Dan Schneider thing? Oh, this has levels. Oh my god. Of course it was. I didn't even think of that until this fucking moment. I was like, oh wow. Huh. Does Jeanette talk about that man in her book? And how horrible he is? Yes, but not by name. Period. I'll name drop him. I'll defend Jeanette with my life. That's my girl. That's my girl. Excuse me, can you move your fucking Pokemon? I'm supposed to be walking here. Yeah, fuck you. Sorry. I want to read it, but I really can't read. Is it obvious that I can't read? Lots of tongue pops today. I don't know what it is. I'm just gay. I almost said the F word. I always get too comfortable sometimes on stream. I could not listen to an audiobook. I appreciate the sentiment, but still, it's the same thing. Peanut, the horse is here. I can only read comics, and that's the extent of my reading. As long as there's sexy women in the comics, I'm like, yes, I'll read it. Yes, I'll do anything for you, milady. Poison Ivy? Awooga! I really want to get a red. I want to get a red unit, like, because y'all know I love this unit because it's human. I want to get a red one. I want to get an ash blonde one, like Liv Morgan, like gray. And I want to get a green one. Those are my dream units. Like, I need those in succession. So I can do, like, Poison Ivy looks and feel the most pretty. Oh, bro's about to shit on me. He did poison gas. He went... Where's Ava? Oh, you went all the way back there? Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. I've seen a lot of stuff lately of everybody saying they've been watching my older stuff on YouTube. And just like YouTube content in general. And honestly, makes me very happy to hear. More than like usual. It's pretty great. I love it. Thank you. It makes you smile. Just like anything helps, you know? Just like one view, one comment, one like. It helps the algorithm and everything, so. Keeping the light bill on over at the YouTube channel. Well, like, remember like earlier this year, the viral tweet with Stuart Little? Some of y'all weren't here yet, but I tweeted that YouTube blocked my channel because Stuart Little was apparently in a gang or some bullshit. And then we hit 1K subscribers and we're already at 2K subscribers in 1 year, which is crazy. We also hit 10K here on Twitch this year. Like, it's fucking insane. Like, literally so insane. No, I'll have to find the tweet lib. Oh, hey, look, it's the twink. A lot of people have also been... See, what is this? What is this sick joke this game is playing? Every single town has a Slowpoke just sitting around. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm insulted. I'm like personally offended. Like it feels like such a targeted attack on me. Like, can we get a supercut of every time I've run into a slowpoke so far and I can't fucking catch it? What the fuck is that about? Brown, 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 brown. Another tongue pop. I don't care what anyone says. Machop is sexy. Like, I would literally take it from him. Sorry, what? Not my Poke Finder. Hello? What are we doing? The 3 FPS it is right now? Girl, please. Not bad. I don't care. Please let me out of this hell. Who said that? You guys, I'm scared. I rewatched the one Bargain Bin video where you played the scary SpongeBob game. I don't even remember what that one is. I only remember the first couple. The other, like, the remainers, like, kind of feel like a blur. But there still is one Bargain Bin VOD that's lost in the world, and I need to edit. It's where I'm wearing the red hair and the lacy top, and we played My Friendly Neighborhood. And I haven't been able to edit it. Or I had someone edit it. I think I asked Asa or Marshall to edit. No, I asked Marshall to edit the first ever Bargain Bin. But that was forever ago. We had other things to do. Hello? Door ring. Oh! That is a good one. That Scary House game was scary. I miss Bargain Bin. I know we said we would do it on my new PC, but I don't know. It just doesn't really fall into the schedule, I guess. Yes, it was Tiny Tina. You're right. It was literally... That was so long ago. Jesus. Already. Where's the new clothes store? Because we're in a new town. Where is it? Is it... Okay, jump scare. Damn. Actually scared me. What the? I go to the grocery store. Not blocked. Blocked. Hi, Ava. If I see a Slowpoke in this store, we're gonna have an issue. Oh, Driftbloom. What the? Why are there just Pukamukus here? Are they selling Pukamukus for people to eat? Oh, they're body pillows. That was scary. So, how goes it? How you doing? When there's a deal, I always buy too much. I just don't know how to deal with deals. So real. What does she have to say? Did I add things wrong? Do I have enough to pay for this? Driftbloom core. What? It just gave me its piss. Driftbloom pee. I walk out with my Driftbloom pee. Who drew the pee cup? Is there just no clothes store here? You guys are sick in the fucking head. What the fuck? This guy has his shirt off. I already know. Okay. Awooga. Holy moly. Yo, it's Rey Mysterio. Fuck. I hate you. Something about this mask guy. Something LGBT is happening to me. What's happening? Can we think about what we're doing before we do it? I don't even remember this. Like, what is happening right now? I feel like I would remember like a WWE kind of like thing in Pokemon, but apparently I don't, so. A little chilly. Gaga, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and enjoy your emotes. The Battle Royale starts now. Oh, I'll show them what's up. The 3 FPS. Look at how slow this game is running right now. Girl. Were y'all sure about this? Were you sure you wanted to implement this on the 3DS? Did nobody play test? I am so sorry. The insta-kill. I am so sorry. Please. I got you. I am hilarious. Enjoy your ad previewing, babes. Thanks for the subscription. What? It's already over? What? Oh, Kiawe. I love Kiawe. In the anime, like Kiawe, Mallow, Lana, and all of them, I love them in the anime. They're so good. They're great characters. Did you guys see that Twitter challenge that's like, what are 5 movies that you've seen more than 10 times? One of them for me, definitely the Geriachi movie. That's definitely one. The Pokemon Geriachi movie. And then also the Darkrai one with Dialga and Palkia. I've definitely seen both of those over 10 times. Definitely seen Gold Member, White Chicks, and Scary Movie 2 more than 10 times. I'm sorry, I keep yawning. I think, like, I get so tired. Like, I don't go to sleep after these. I get so tired because straining my eyes from squinting makes me so tired. I do want more coffee, though. I eat a coffee cake, and that's how I get my caffeine. Wants me to go to the volcano. We're going into a volcano? Some of my leg hair is sticking through the sheer. It's kind of funny. I like see it. So true. Can you see the sparkles or is it just me? Can you see like when the rhinestones like shimmer? I rhinestone this. I sure fucking did. No, I actually did. What Pokemon do we have? Hello? What is happening here? What's the mystical magical music for? What the dog doing? What's your mom doing? Oh! What's up, bitch? Sorry. It's a trial goer. Wait, we're going to another trial already? Wait, stop. Sightseer Mariah. Oh, easy. She has a normal Meowth. Cute. I don't like a Alolan Meowth. Also, what's with my boob looking all weird? Owned? Where is Guzma? Taking a fat shit. What Pokemon's on this route? I'm interested. If it's a fucking Pikapack, I swear. Oh, Magby. Not for Magby. Doesn't Magby evolve into that ugly Pokemon with like the weird, you know? It's ugly. It's chocolate. It's ugly. Cubone! I want a Cubone. He's actually a little guy. Look at him. He's so cute. I want to catch him, but this might kill him. We'll find out. He's so funny. Look how tiny he is on the screen. It's so cute. Just standing there. Just a little guy. Don't be stubborn. Come home to mom. Period. Just a little guy. So cute. Honestly, he's so underrated. Why do I not have, like, why do I not have... I don't know. Wait, I'm kind of obsessed with Cubone. He's so fucking cute. Why have I never had an obsession with Cubone before? He's so... Watch, it's gonna be another cute Pokemon, and I'm gonna fucking die. Oh! It's the remix. Oh, he gagged me. Please. Little guys, I can only take one of you home. I'll just farm them for EXP, it's fine. So cute! Are there Cubone plushies? I might be deceased. I want to collect like a fuck ton of Pokemon plushies. Like every Pokemon I think is cute, I want a plushie of. IDGAF! Needs to happen. I'm gonna put all of them on my throne, so my throne is just Pokemon plushies. Cubone plushie, Apom plushie, Slowpoke plushie, Duramaka plushie, Trapinch plushie. I want all of them. Does anyone remember, did I do my makeup on stream last year? I definitely didn't for Halloween. I don't think I did. Hello? Oh wow, the dead end. Wow, they gagged me. Wait, what? Where do I go? Okay. Cubone, please. I feel like the EXP gain in this game is a lot harder. It's probably not true. It's just I haven't played a traditional Pokemon game in a while, but like, I feel like it's taking forever to get to level 33. And like get my final evolution of this Mon, I feel. Oh, there was a cave right here. I didn't even see it. Is this where I'm supposed to go? What the? We're doing another... I guess we're doing another one. Pokemon Squishmallow. I don't know. I want it now. Oh, Cubone can learn False Swipe. I just don't want to go back. He can't. He can't. Cubone can't recover. We have a lot of stuff we can sell. Oh. Damn. Oh my god. That sucks. They should have made it a separate slot for the Z rings. That's stupid. Like, hello? Hello? Right, I guess we're fucking doing this. Like, they want you to go right in, I guess. I should switch. Hello, Kiawe. Or why not? I almost said, why does everybody have their shirt off? But he's literally in a volcano. Oh, I forgot there's a different form of him in this game. Oh, I didn't realize this is what we're doing. Oh. Well, I wonder what... What do you mean, but how? Girl... It was kind of obvious. Thank you, Catherine Obvious. When I do my Z-Power move, oh, I'm about to devour him. Hole surrounded itself in Z-Power. True. Hole is using Hydro Vortex. Sus. Oh, get wrecked. Cursed body. What the? Not Jennifer's body. Welcome back, Curtis. Oh, please. Come on. Jennifer's body was so good. Oh, to be her. No, I'm killing boys. She's spilled with that one. Talk about a queen. Hole wants to learn body slam. I'm not gonna ask. Was that it? Oh. Huh. I'm memorizing. Who's this man in the camera? Literally, what was that? Not me having to fight 3 Marowaks in a row. Happy Arc Stan. You... Wow. And I thought Curtis was gonna make the dad jokes. Can you stop with the cursed body? You are being silly. Oh, I can't use that move again. Okay. Oh, wow. Well. Devoured. Why is no one else leveling up? Hello? I feel like this one's gonna be hard. I think it's the middle. What? What? Can you really say this? What? Hello? Nintendo was on one. Ow, my chest hurt when I laughed. My boob. My boobs look really weird today. Don't know why. I'm waiting for my new bra to come in from Shein because this is not... This bra... I'm so sad I lost my bra in Seattle. I can't believe I just lost my tits in Seattle. I lost them. Gone. In the streets of Seattle. No boobs. Oh, you're not allowed to avoid my attacks. You're sick in the head for that one. Die. Got you. Oh, he's smoking. What? Okay. Can you just hit your ability? Hole doesn't have accuracy, apparently. Allegedly. Hole is now level 22. When do we get Poliwhirl? I want an evolution. Do we have to get a stone? No need for accuracy when you're a hole. So sorry. The final dance? Girl, please. Can the hiker get out of here? Apologies to holes everywhere. True. I'm not. Sorry. Hi, starring roll. Thank you. Oh! Not a Salazzle. The suspicious Pokemon. Its evolution after Poliwhirl needs a stone. I'll show you a stone. Oh, it's a totem Salazzle? Oh, we're done. Let's hope Hole can keep up. Keep up. Baby boy, make me lose my breath. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Oh, also, there was a Scooby-Doo, like, merch drop at Spirit Halloween, and I didn't get a single thing, and it made me very upset. Just saying. Just saying. If anyone wants to buy that for me, I'm taking donations. Yeah, there was really cute Scooby-Doo stuff at the store. I'll tell you the location in the DMs. Not any of you in the chat, I'm so sorry. Hi, Emotional Sport Ginger, how are you doing? I was going against the busty Salazzle. Oh, I'll show her a good time. I got bigger boobs than her. Hold on. Wait, we just do it again. We put it to sleep. That's the strategy here. Okay, well, never mind. You are worthless. You stupid hole. Well. We can only pray your mom carries. Your mom solos this. Okay, wait, your mom is kind of... And it left it confused? Wait, your mom slays. And it hit itself in confusion? Wait, your mom kind of devoured that. Wait a second, wait. No, your mom's not falling for the taunt. IGGAF. You are so... I'm what? Stunning, gorgeous, the best person you've ever met in your entire life? True. Hilarious, talented, hardworking. I can go on. If you kill your mom, it's over for you. You will be canceled on the TL, Miss Salazzle. Hey! Stop! I can't use the move twice in a row. I'll show you something twice in a row. This fucking cock. Get wrecked! Your mom level up? Pog? Good one, Nem. Thank you. I'm hilarious. The hilarious Ross Matthews. Okay, let's stop. If I die to this, do I lose the totem thing? That's stupid. I was gonna say modest. Very true. I think some people can agree, right, chat? I'm very modest. Yep, I've never sworn once in my life. Never. Oh, get fucking owned. You did it. So proud of you, Monty Jr. Where is Monty? I haven't seen him in like 3 days. He does this. He'll just like disappear. And then like at 4 in the morning, he'll show up in my room like, I want treats, feed me. And then he'll slur at me. No, your mom kind of devoured that. Now we have the fire Z move. Okay, wait, we're kind of eating. Oh, wait. My main Monty Jr. with this? Uh-oh. It's fucking over for Mallow when we fight her next. Sorry, girl. That Fermentus is gonna be for my lunch. Oops. I meant that. Yes, I love quick balls. Don't even take that anywhere it shouldn't be. Fuck you guys. I would never say anything inappropriate. I never would say anything like that. How dare you take it to a place of that nature? Yes, I can fly. We won. What do you mean too late? Too late what? It's too late to apologize. It's too late. Tuvelu. Congratulations. I did it. I'm cold. It's very cold right now. I'm chilly. I'm getting a little cold. I could use a sweater or $70. Hello. Oh, this is a fishing thing? Nothing seems to be biting. Fuck you, bitch. Bite. I have to reel it in? What? I will make this come out of here. It's a Magikarp. I want it. I want a Gyarados. What do you mean? Guys, I'm not very good at fishing, it seems. See, I did it. Oh my god. What the? My Pokemon all fucking dead right now. Hello. Stinky's run away. That's actually hilarious. Okay, like, God forbid we... Oh! That's not where I wanted to go, but it's okay. So, like, technically, we have progressed, because, like, I was, like, originally saying that this stream had no progression, but we just did 2 totems. And those are technically supposed to be gyms. So... Bland, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, I don't know if Cubone is the move for endgame, so I think we're gonna retire little guy already. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. LA Soup. I don't think that's what your name is supposed to be, but welcome in. I'm gonna say LA Soup. What? I have to ride all the way over there. Do you guys like Oreos? I feel like Oreos are hit or miss. I feel like I have to really be craving it. And also, if you do like Oreos, are you eating the whole fucking Oreo or just eating the cream inside? Whole pack. Period. Eating the what inside? The cum inside! Sorry. Who said that, you guys? Oh, you guys dip your wait, you guys dip your cookies in milk? And you don't shit your pants? Okay, guys. What's the difference? Like, what is that experience like? I've never dipped my cookies in milk. What is that like? You eat the cream and cookie separately. Interesting. I don't know. What ticking? You fucking heard me. When he... No, I don't even want to go there because that could go so... Milk enjoyers in the chat. I like a certain type of milk. I like soy milk, guys. I don't know what you guys were thinking, you freaks. Weirdos. I don't know. I bought a pack of Oreos and I'm just like staring at it and I'm like, no. I do like the vanilla ones though, Curtis. I do like those. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna eat this pack of Oreos. I'm kind of looking at it and I feel like it's just gonna sit there for like a week. Nothing's happening to it. Can you please? That's what I fucking thought you said, bitch. Also, anybody that is unaware, I think on Tuesday I'll be streaming. Maybe Monday. I'm not sure yet because the new Genshin update comes out and I'm really loving the Genshin story. I would love to experience that live on camera with y'all. The new edition of the story is really good, so I might stream that. Hard to find any other flavors except for the plain ones here. Do you have a favorite ice cream? Oh, do you have ice cream? Oh yeah, I do like them on ice cream. Are you actually playing with the 3DS? Yes, I am. I sure am. I'll even show you the screen that's reflected. I got this from Evo Capture on Twitter. It's a steep price to get a 3DS that you can stream with, but definitely worth the investment. But I did get it from Evo Capture on Twitter at EVO Capture. And they did not just give it to me, I paid for it. Okay, can I please get comfortable? I don't know where comfortability in this is gonna happen, but it's fine. Lib, you have to at least just like log on and at least do the Sumeru quest. The Sumeru quest is really good. Genshin, Tower of Fantasy isn't gonna last very long. It's gonna die out like everything else. It's kind of like how everyone was trying to mimic DBD for a while. Trying to make a asymmetrical horror, and then all those asymmetrical horror games just go out the window afterwards. So, you know. I feel like that's gonna happen with that. Does it capture the 3DS audio too? It does, but you do have to mute your I mute my DS so it doesn't echo into the mic, but it does capture it. You do have to do some messing with the audio to make it sound correct, but definitely worth it, I would say. Because now I have every console to stream on and I don't have to worry about like crashing with redactulators. Of course. Me and some other Team Stream Queens members have gotten our DSs from this merchant. I don't know if he's active as much anymore, but maybe like go through and see if he's worked with other people to see if there's other people that can get you a DS, but they're very hard to find nowadays. I am on the same boat with you, Lib, and it sucks, but the new story is worth it. The news story is definitely worth it. I'm very excited. It's very it's really interesting and it gets pretty dark, which I've been waiting for Genshin to get dark because I really want like bitches to start like dying and getting like traumatized and like scared. Like I want people to like have depth to their character. And yeah, it's getting there, Lib. Like I think in 3.2 we're supposed to get Scaramouche as a character, 3.3, and it's gonna get really dark. No, definitely not. I don't like playing men. I don't care how cute a man is, or how attractive a man is, like Ito. No, I will not be spending more than a penny on a man. Nope, I was lucky enough to get Ito. But that was just me grinding and saving my money, like in-game. Do you have a favorite character? My favorite is Kokomi, because she's quite literally the Pisces princess. She is actually canonically a Pisces, and I just love her a lot. Like, she's the embodiment of everything perfect to me. And I'm happy she came so soon. I just love her. She's one of the strongest characters in the game as well. Other than that, Beidou. I love strong women, and she's a lesbian canonically with Ningguang. My team right now is Ayaka, Hutao, Ball, and Kokomi. So they're my top 4. I just love, like, I actually really love Genshin. The fandom is pretty cringe, but it's a pretty solid game. Especially for something that keeps making content, it's pretty good. As horrible as it is sometimes, like the fandom, like not that when I say I mean the fandom is cringe, like you guys know what I mean. In the sense that like I will say like the controversy when Sumeru released is obviously valid. Like I completely agree. Like they need to, Mihoyo really needs to add more people of color. It needs to obviously reflect in their inspirations and not just whitewash every character. So I think that could be adjusted. I don't know if they will because they suck at taking feedback, but the fandom, like when I say fandom is cringe, I'm referring to like people that ship Beidou and Kazuha. Like that is so weird to me. That's like mother and son relationship. Like stop. Or people that over sexualize like some of the younger characters. Like you're gross. Like stop. What are you ordering for dinner tonight? Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, they have. Well, the controversy coming for this one was that because Sumeru is inspired by the Middle East, it's inspired by like different like extremely different cultures that we haven't seen before in Genshin. So the issue is that a lot of their characters take inspiration from certain gods and stuff in different cultures, but it's not reflected in the characters. Like the new character called Candace, the inspiration behind her is from this gorgeous like black queen. Like she's so gorgeous and stunning and like ethereal, and she's like a goddess in that. But in the game, Candace is like as like this skin color right here, like very pale. Like it's very bizarre. If you look it up, you can see the references. It's very weird that they would do that, and they have a long way to come. But they do have, so each region is inspired by different places in the real world. So Mondstadt is inspired by like Germany and like that thing. And then Inazuma is, I think, Japan. Liyue is, I think, China. Sumeru is Middle East. Fontaine is the next one. Fontaine is going to be inspired by, like, France. Kind of obvious. And that's the Hydro section. The Hydro Archon. This last one was the Dendro Archon, which is the plant. Like, earth. After Fontaine is... I believe... Natlin? No, Natlin's like end game. Snezhnaya is oh wait, that's Russia. Wait, yeah, I said Germany. Snezhnaya is Russia, and that's the Ice Archon, and I think that's Yuritsa. Isn't Yuritsa confirmed to be the Ice Archon? What's after Fontaine? I'm getting lost. Wait, Natlin is Pyro Archon. I don't know what Natlin's inspired by, though. They have a long way to come. You heard me. Would you like me to repeat that again? Yeah. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That should be really pretty. I wish they would keep expanding the regions. I know that's like a lot to ask for, but I would love to like see more additions, like more islands to Inazuma, or I would love to see like more expansions to Sumeru when it's finished. I mean, I think they will get there if they keep introducing regions and then their game just like stops creating stuff. Like they'll obviously probably add more, but yeah. Why is she rocking our shit right now, this character we're fighting? This mill tank. I'm just sitting here talking about Genshin and this bitch is wrecking my shit. The Bonsly carry? No, it's huge. Like they're adding more too. Like they're adding more in 2 days. They're adding a whole section to Sumeru. They're adding a whole desert area. It's craziness. Am I a Nikki fan? The trainer's name was Nikki. Rand, thank you for the follow. Well, now I have to fucking go back and heal because that just rocked me. Yeah, I've just been watching like TV shows and just grinding Genshin as much as I can. I haven't really done a lot. Sumeru introduces a lot of side quests and a lot of like extra stuff to do, which is kind of exhausting, but it'll be worth it. Sumeru is just like really pretty, so it's like kind of worth it. It's so gorgeous. My only complaint is that I wish everything was like out. Like I want to play every section. I agree. I agree. To an extent. I don't like all the underground stuff and them not like being clear that it's underground. Like I think that's so fucking annoying, but it's fine. Like if the fucking waypoint is underground, make the map say it's underground. God. They need to add that, like depth of field or whatever. What Pokemon is over here? Oh. Oh, literally. We will be playing it on Thursday, I think. Not Thursday, Tuesday? Well, the update comes out like late, so I think I'll start with this and then we'll swap over if it does release. But it's gonna release at like 12 o'clock at night. That's usually when they're done with the updates. I'm just gonna catch this. Catch it! Yes, I can use that word. How dare you say I can't? I forgot to get rid of the S. Not Pinor's fart. True. What do you want? This freak like creeping up on me. Ugh. What an ugly fucking Pokemon that thing is. Kill it. I want chicken tenders. Who's gonna get me chicken tenders? Where is it? It's not in my hand. Boys, step up. Wow. When a lady wants chicken tenders, you must have the chicken tenders ready. At the ready. Well, that was bizarre. Who did that? That's crazy. Keep it going! Everybody, we will not continue the game unless everybody gives 5 subs. Please continue, pay the toll. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. But anyway, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thanks, babe. Joy got 1. See you later got 1. Ed and Simmer got 1. Aqua got 1. Thank you for being generous and gifting some subs to the community. Not watching ads is always great. Ew, I hate this Pokemon too. Kill it. Sorry. I need to add a daily sub goal again. I remember when I used to have that and then like it obviously it helped with making this a full-time job and now I just don't. Wait, I'm drawing words in my skin with the stylus. Wait, I'm devouring. I could have them ready, but they won't be cooked. True. Hi, Lacroix! Me and Marisol were talking about you last night. We were like, Lacroix's gonna be at TwitchCon. We're so excited. We were just like trying to figure out like what we're gonna do there. Like what is happening at the con. I'm so excited for you. No, literally, that's why I posted on Twitter this morning. I was like, maybe I can get, please, like, I'm not even like bullshitting. Like, let's go like get something to eat and get drinks, or if you don't drink, it's fine. I'll just drink your drink. But like, let's do something. Because I'm like trying to set some things in stone, because like I have nothing planned, but like I would like to have some structure to what I'm doing. Marisol was like, I'm just gonna drag you everywhere. Yeah, I know there's like there's an LGBT panel, there's the drag panel, the drag show, and then I think Justin's doing something queer too. And then there's an after party for the queer teas. Or no. Yeah. I want to go to those, obviously, because like safe space, because the event is going to be shrouded with, not to be rude to our allies if they are our allies, but there's going to be a lot of straight people and maybe some sweaty gamers I'm not really thrilled to see. So I would love to, like, you know, be with my gays, theys, trans family. You know what I mean? No, exactly. That's why I'm like, fuck. Are you going to be there, Emotional Support Ginger? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me? Are we going to meet? Oh my god, Gingers meet IRL, not clickbait. No, literally, that's what I'm saying, Lockley. Like, everybody's like, oh, they're talking about that drama on that side of Twitch. I'm like, I don't even know those people exist. Like, let's keep it that way. Like, I don't need to hear about these problematic people. I'm good. I'll play my little gay games and like my gay friends. That's it. I need to put this thing away. I don't. I like being on this side of streamer Twitter. I don't want to be in the other side. And I have some mutuals that are, and I'm like, fuck, like scared. And we're like, oh my god, I'm your biggest fan! That's actually fucking hilarious. Get a couple drinks in me and I will do that. That's actually hilarious. Please, yes. I didn't realize how many people are going to. I'm like, hello. I know some people I definitely want to see. Oh my god, so true. I can't wait to see Marisol. I'm literally gonna get so drunk and end up like cuddling Marisol by the end of the night. We literally stayed, when I went to GCX, Marisol was there because it was in Florida, and me and Marisol slept in different beds. I was like, babe, why didn't we just like cuddle as like little like girl bosses? Very weird. There was also a day we just like slept all day. It was kind of funny. I think we got back from the con at 2 o'clock and we slept from 2 to 7, and then we went to get food, got food, and then came back and went to bed. Like, what are we, grandmas? I am, yeah. I am. That's so pretentious of me. No, I am. I'm really excited to go just because, like, I don't know, kind of celebration of getting partner this year. Hard work. Are you going to the partner party? So true. Yeah, I definitely am though. The things that like I do have planned, well, now we're going to dinner, so that's one. See Vine, and yeah, because I wanted to see the people from GCX, so Vine, go to dinner with you and whoever else wants to come, the LGBT meetup, the drag show. I really want to go to the San Diego Zoo. I know that's like stupid and like animals like Zoom, blah, 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 but like everybody's always talking about the San Diego Zoo, so I really want to go. So if there's like queer people that want to make a group and we go together, I would love to. Vine recommended your channel. They're why we're here. Stop! That's so funny. Yeah, I love Vine so much. When I met them at, actually, there's someone asked me who should go to, because me and Vine were mutuals for a while, and then they messaged me that they were from that area, and then we went to GCX together, and that's how we met. And it was honestly so fun. Like, Vine was my hype person. Like, they got me this guy, and I like was like flirting with him all night, and it was because of Vine. It was hilarious. Are you in San Diego on Monday? The one, it's the 10th, right? You mean Monday the 10th, I think. Yeah. Yes, I am. I'm flying red eye. I don't know if that like word translates in Australian, but I'm flying out that night at like 9 o'clock. So I'll be there all day. I just have to get to the airport at like, okay, so it means like you fly at nighttime, so it's like dark. Like you're flying at night. It's called flying red eye. Like you fly the red eye. Because I guess like the lights in the plane fly and it's like a red eye. I guess. I don't know. But yeah, my plane is at 8 o'clock, so I have to be at the airport at night. No, I think my plane's later. I think it's like 10 o'clock. But yeah, I'll be there that day. No, I'm actually using a DS. Like, I have a DS. I don't do emulators. I'm so sorry to my emulator friends. I can't do that here on Twitch. It's not allowed. So I have an actual DS that I'm playing from. I got it from Evo Capture. I'm catching the train. Hashtag humble. What? The San Diego Zoo is great. I recommend. Safety, are you going to be there that weekend, or are you not able to make it? Because I really want to see you. But yeah, we were talking about it locally. I was like, I don't think anybody from like my channel is going to be at TwitchCon. So I was like, what are we going to do? Like, I know one of my mods is going to be there because like they're going to be like helping me out so I don't die. But that's it. Yeah, literally very expensive investment with this guy, but yeah. Boo. GoFundMe safety to TwitchCon. Safety meet and greet. No, literally, we could have got fucking lit, Lala. We could have went bar hopping, because that's what I want to do. I want to go bar hopping, and I want to eat bar food, and I just want to have a good time. That's what I really want to do. Yes, I really want to go to TwitchCon in Europe. I really do. I think next year is my international year. I really want to go to PAX Australia next year. It's happening like right now, so I think it gives me a good year to get that prepared. But I really want to go. Yeah, it's in Amsterdam. And I really want to go to the UK. And I think I can make it happen with some things I have coming up if I just pay my dues and do them. So if you see me doing any sponsorship and things, just know a girl's getting paid and a girl needs it. All right? Let's make that clear. I have no idea. You should look it up. I'm gonna drink this. It says poison. Why couldn't you just drive there otherwise? Like, if I were to go to Australia, I would just stay with you and then we can make a road trip. I want to go everywhere. I want to explore the Australia. Road trip. I wish. They did message me a while ago, but then it didn't work. Yeah, road trip. I fucking love a good road trip. That's not Australian. I really want to travel though next year. Like I think I'm gonna try to get it. I really want to. I know I'm just saying that, talking out of my ass, but I also want to travel this winter. Like I don't want to be in, and I usually don't travel. Like I know like COVID and stuff like halted that. I usually don't travel, but I want to just see the world, guys. Like I really do. Like I just want to like I love like traveling. Honestly, COVID made me like want to see the world more because like you never know what happens next. Like we were locked inside for like almost like a year, 2 years. Like I want to see things before I kick the bucket. Because girl, I'm not lasting as long as some other people. The Mallow Special. I'll need Mago berry, a tiny mushroom, a revival herb, and a miraculous seed. I don't remember this, but okay. I don't see it for me, but okay. Oh, you have to get Stoutland to do something. Flop. All the trainers in this game kind of slay. Hi, honey. Happy to see you. What's going on, babes? Let me put this on my thing right here. I'm doing good. Where do you want to travel? I really want to go to Rome. Like really bad. Like really bad. I want to go to Australia. I want to go to the UK. I haven't been to LA. I'm going to San Diego, but I haven't been to LA. I want to go to LA, and I actually want to take I want to take classes in LA because the school I went to, Makeup School of Designery, when you graduate it, you can re-enroll and it doesn't cost money. You can you can observe the classes and go back to school if you wanted for 6 months. So I think I'd want to do that in LA at some point in my life. Hopefully soon rather than later. Just because like I loved school. I loved makeup school as much as I cried every day, but I loved it. I did cry every day. Oh, I'm so happy that you like this game. I'm really enjoying it too. We were talking about how it's kind of underrated. I wish some of my faves were in this game, like Apom and Trapinch, but it's fine. It's literally fine. It's okay. I'll forgive them. Oh, definitely want to go to France. Definitely go to France. Definitely. So Rome, France, UK, Australia, LA. Top 5 spots. I also just like going to places, you know? Like places I've never been. Like I don't think I would ever go to Texas, but I went to Texas this year. It was really fun. Florida was really fun. Been there, but I just like love Florida, so I'd like to make a Disney trip as an adult. I want to go to Disney and get the Disney come ears. And I'm not even memeing. I would pay the $200 for the Disney come ears for the fucking bit. I'm dead ass. Like I literally would buy the come ears for the bit. Like I want to get them for the bit and then I want to go to Disney with them on and vlog. The Disney come ears. There's Disney come ears. You heard me. Hello? Oh, it's this button. I'm trying to hit the wrong button. Just literally look up Disney come years. Like, I found it in seconds when I looked it up earlier. What do you mean L? I want them too. I want the Disney come here's. I'm serious. Collector's item. Who want to get me the Disney come here's for Christmas? I hate that House Music showed me those things because now I really want them. Oh, devoured. Get fucking wrecked, Parasect, you stupid fucking Pokemon. If that's your favorite Pokemon, I don't know what to tell you. That thing's fucking ugly. And I'll say it again. Girl, please, I get it. Oh, you can like go slow motion. I didn't know that. Oh. Am I supposed to go this way? Oh yeah, I can. Hello? Where's the leaf stone? What is that? Girl, what is happening? Oh, please, you're funny. Easy, watch this easy clap. One shot. Fucking loser. Your mom's level 25. Where is my Pelipper? I want a Pelipper. Oh, I was literally joking. I didn't expect this to happen. Your mom is literally evolving. Bitch, I'm gagged. Look at the little bun flapping. We fucking won. Your mom evolved into a Pelipper. Owned. The ultimate your mom joke. True. Your mom has a big ass mouth. Damn. Wow. Oh, this is a good move. Oh, I should have got rid of Mist. It's fine. Thank you, buddy, for making your mom a permanent member. True. True. We will bring your mom to... What in this game is it? It's not even an Elite Four. Thank you so much. Milo, you really don't have to come by every time we get something and you're like, 2 ingredients left. Like, girl, please. Where's the leaf stone? I want Leafeon. I also didn't know it was Leafeon opposed to Leafreon until like 2 months ago. I'm dead serious. Don't say what to me. You thought so too. Don't lie. Okay, well, fuck. What is the significance of this? Oh. Well, that's what it is. Yeah, Leafreon instead of Leafeon. I just didn't know. Because I was looking at the Poke Center website and it said something different. So I'm just a silly little Billy. Billy and Mandy. Oh. Spoiler. Where is Patsaqua? That's an insane joke I'm just making on the channel that literally nobody would understand. Hello? I take this? Yeah. Do you remember that guy that had the kid that was a nerd and that it was like literally a demon? And they were like spider demons? That was bizarre. Is this the leaf thing? Oh, it's right here. Well, yeah. The episode, the Santa Claus episode where Mrs. Claus killed Santa Claus and turned into a giant spider demon. That was something else. That scarred me as a kid. I just broke my bong. Oh, it's bad for you. Big L in the chat. F. What does this mean? I need to just level up my fucking Eevee. Why is there no wild Pokemon? Like, what is happening? Shut up. Fuck you. Fuck your mom. Get it? Because your mom, the Pokemon in my party? True. Can I please? It feels soft as the touch. At the touch. Okay, well, clearly this game is like, you need to get these pieces and then we'll give you wild Pokemon, because I think that's what the ticket is. Where is this last piece? It's clearly in here somewhere. I found it. My mind is so large. As a plant gay. I'll show you a plant gay. I don't know. I just like saying I'll show you and then fill in the blank. It's been like kind of an obsession lately. I can't be a plant gay because I live in a basement, so. I mean, I could. There's a window. To the window. Okay, are you done? Are we gonna fight your little Pokemon thing? What did she say? Maybe I should read the dialogue. Maybe that would help where I'm trying to go with this game. Hey, Queen. Fight! Oh. Satisfying. Look at their color scheme. I love it. What? Why are you guys helping her? Wait, why are they cooking something? Oh, they're doing a ritual? Oh my god, they're summoning Satan. It's bad for me. Wait, what happened? What's happening right now? Oh. I have to spam A, I guess. I'm spamming the A button, I guess. Oh, a unique aroma begins to waft around the area. What the? Shut? That's scary, like, actually. If it was any other color than pink, jump scare. Oop. I don't know why it didn't work. Do you think I can insta-kill it? How much money do you think? Good night, Lib. Thanks for hanging. I'm probably gonna end after this boss fight anyways. Insta-kill, 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 insta-kill. Fuck! Cast form? Big boobs. Oh, here we go. It's gonna start healing. Oh my god, she heals so much. Jesus. Oh, well, it doesn't fucking matter, does it? You bitch. Sorry. No, she really thought she ate. What do you mean forecast? Can you please? One move at a time, girl. It's a turn-based game. You don't get 5. Laurentis, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're gonna die. We're gonna die. Crit! Crit her! End her little life. That's what I fucking thought, Laurentis. That's what I fucking thought you said. Stay dead, girl. If you know what's good for you. Yeah, I went there. Well, damn. Oh, I flinched it. Haha, got you, bitch. Wait, it's fire. It's not gonna do anything. Oh, well, it kind of did a lot of damage. Get owned. Get me out of here now. Bull is level 24. Bond Slay is level 24. So we did 3 fights in a row. Slay. Can you say Slay? And now we have grass, water, and fire type Z moves. Oh, we ate. Okay, I really feel like I'm gonna throw up. So, anyways. Can I level up my Eevee in here now, Mallow? Is it that? Can I please? Oh, we still have to fight Olivia. Reina, thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? Thank you for the raid, baby. Just literally. Leafreon. I'm not incorrect. Hello? You guys want to say that I'm not correct. You guys all thought it was Leafreon. I'm not the only one. I also want to let it be known, this isn't the first, like, I've on stream with my whole chest said Leafreon and nobody corrected me. Like, multiple times. Like, like, when we played Arceus, like, if you go back to my Arceus VODs, I'm pretty sure I say Leafreon. And no one says a word. You're all just silent. True, no one wants to correct the pretty girl. They just want to stare at her boobs. True. All right, what's the tea? Thank you. Now we get random encounters. I knew it. I knew it. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. We got some shrooms. Slay. Thank you so much for the raid again, Reina. What did you do over there? My, like, shout-out command isn't working today. Like, there's an API error. I don't know why, but I would give you a shout-out if it was working. What? Not it literally leaving me with Okay, nasty. That's a lot of healing. I don't know if I need all that. Oh, slay. Oh, I heard some new stuff is coming to Pokemon Unite. Oh, wait, the Halloween update's gonna probably come out too. Give it to me now. Give it to me now. What were you doing on Splatoon? Did you do Salmon Run, Story, or the 4v4s? I'm gonna be honest, I've definitely fallen off of Splatoon train already, but I will pick it up again. Yeah, I totally forgot Splatfest is on. I'm so stupid. It just isn't really falling into my schedule, so I guess next Splatfest will be like my first Splatfest. It was either this or Splatfest, and everybody wanted to see this more, I think. $30? Oh, Monty Jr., you're getting so old so quick. Stinky just leveled up. Does that mean Leafeon? You better fucking evolve into Leafeon right now. Please! I'm scared. Yes! My baby. My little stinky baby. I love Leafeon so much. It's so cute. Like, how could you hate? Some people say Leafeon's like one of the worst ever of the evolutions. I'm like, shut up. I agree. I would choose Sylveon if we can get another EV. Slay. We have a pretty stacked team. I also hate that it's on that screen and not this one. Like, I wish it would just flip, but it's not. Whatever. We have a Pelipper, so flying and water and ice type, kind of. It can learn ice type moves. Monty Jr. with Dark Ghost and fire. We have Stinky with grass, because we don't have a grass type. We have Bonsly. And then we have water type with Hole. So pretty solid team, pretty diverse. Which is good, because we need that. I love Chikorita. Some people actually from my chat say that Gen 2 is the worst starters. Can you believe that? Sick. Who's a 6 slot for? Probably Slowpoke, honestly. I don't know, I just don't have anyone I'm really in love with, but I mean, we'll probably get Slowpoke eventually. Are for those with taste. True, I agree. I love Gen 2. Maybe not the Elite Four, but it's fine. And with that, y'all, I think I'm going to hit it because we have done now 3 totems in one stream, which is a lot for the progression of this game. So thank you for being here. Thank you for joining my streams. I love you all so much. Thanks for binging my YouTube content for people that do that. I will be live again. It's looking like possibly Monday or Tuesday. I definitely want tomorrow off. I want to like get a breakfast sandwich. I just want to relax. I want to enjoy the fall weather. I want to decorate my office in October decorations and set up for 13 streams of Halloween. If anybody's new here, I know I'm ending stream, but we do a series on Halloween. I do 13 photo shoots. I do 13 Halloween horror looks. I do 13 streams. I do 13 video games. I do 13 everything here for Halloween season. We're going to start very soon with some amazing looks. I can't wait to show them to you guys. So please tune in during October. We're starting a little early just because TwitchCon is going to take up a week of October. So we're going to start like next week. Before I leave for TwitchCon. I am going to raid into somebody. I don't know who we're going to raid into. I don't have a raid command. I need to probably set that up because, like, you know, probably should do that. Joy is playing my favorite Resident Evil game, so we're going to raid Joystick. And send Joy my love. I'm going to be spending time with Joy at TwitchCon. Hopefully I can get some cute videos, a vlog going, and I'll post it on my YouTube channel with Joy, Marisol, Lacroix, Emotional Support Ginger, so many other people at TwitchCon. But thank you all for being here. If you want to join the Discord, you can join the Discord. If you do ! Discord, we are always in there. If you want to join it to play games eventually, I play Dead by Daylight off stream. I play Apex off stream. If you want to shoot me a DM on Snapchat, TikTok, or whatever, Twitter, I'll try to get around to it. I would love to chat with you guys more. Instagram, everything, you know where I'm at. So love you guys. I'll see you on the next one. Not so sure about Monday. Definitely Tuesday, if not Monday. So I'll see you guys then, if not. But give Joy my love, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye, everybody. Let me get over here and end the screen.